Are you guys up to some tricks? Welcome to part 6. Please be subscribed to MrBeast, myself, and Hey Ho Studios. Like and comment on this video for your chance to win $500. Do I make it to $1 million? I don't know. You're about to find out. We're almost halfway there, guys. Almost halfway there. Yes!
I love Christian, man. I think that's great. MrBeast. Oh man, I feel for Christian. I hope he doesn't get voted out. MrBeast. I'm really rooting for this guy. MrBeast. I really hope they don't vote out Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I hope they play the advantage or they do something. I hope they save Christian, man. I hope he doesn't get voted out. That would suck. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Oh man, I hope it's not Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It might be like a complete surprise this time because they're not showing anybody voting for anyone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Play it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Yes! He's gonna do it! Oh my gosh. What a legend. Oh, if he does it. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh! Yes! He's playing the idol for Christian. Booyah! Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's begging Dan to play that idol for her. Oh wow. Is he gonna do it? Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. They played an idol for Angelina too. It's just Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Fudge. Who are they gonna play? Who are they gonna vote then? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, then who voted random? Oh, and someone voted someone random. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There'd be some random vote. If someone wrote Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Christian. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I want some random other person voted. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. John! Oh! John! John got hit. Oh, it could be John. Oh, oh my gosh. Holy crap. It's John. Oh, shit. Well played. John got completely blindsided. Wow. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He just got, the mayor of Pound Town just got pounded. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Holy crap, that was epic. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. That changes everything. Mr. Beast, that was huge. Oh, just like y'all get to go back to camp and live together. Dude, those two guys played it well. Oh my gosh, those two guys from David Tribe killed it. Slingshot to the biggest Goliath on the Goliath team. Wow, that was crazy. Holy crap, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That was excellent. This is a stellar season. This is a stellar season. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Christian and him vote. Oh, those three guys voted for John. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Maybe they knew it about it then. Maybe they knew about the idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, that was epic. That was epic. Well done, you guys. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Carl and Nick, dude. Don't underestimate the Davids. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was epic, dude. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Davey, well played. Well played, dude. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, John got sent home. That's crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Well played, you guys. Wow, that was crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Davey. It's like I felt like I was in a wrestling match. Davey took down the mayor of Slamtown and took his jacket. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Well done. Davey's funny, man. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was amazing. That was epic, dude. Well done, Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was amazing, Davey. Wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This season is epic, dude. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Way better than last season. I've said that 20 times. But Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mike, can't believe Mike wanted to flip on Christian. That wasn't cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's right in knowing that. He's right in knowing that Christian was a big threat. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Kara and Dare in trouble. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Ooh, Kara. Dan's the anchor that's bringing her down. Ooh. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I better get at least 1,000 views for saying Mr. Beast a million times. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. God, I hope I get more than that. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Uh-oh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Burger Bar reward. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Cheese. Bacon burgers. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, beer. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I would love to go on Survivor. I'm just gonna put that out there. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Crazy that John is gone from the game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was wild. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Davey, that was like an all-time classic Survivor move. That was excellent. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, such 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast, a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 a beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Miss Tablet deserves a medal. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
MrBeast. That was a reshoot because yeah, it didn't save last time, I guess. So anyway. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. I hope Kirsten doesn't get buttered up. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Damn, it's 10 episodes or 11 episodes in. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. And there's still 9 people left. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Carl's gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. You got too comfortable, Carl. He played a good game though. Uh-oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Kirsten, put a target on his back, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Aw, Davey and his mom. Aw, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Aw, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's Davy Crockett, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Where is Davy? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Aw, Davy and his mom, they're so great. Aw, that's so sweet. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Aw, she's so sweet. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 The family time, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Hello, Mr. Beast. Christian's got a girlfriend. Hello. Mr. Beast.
When he wins $1 million.
Mr. Beast, I'm gonna bite my tongue. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Oh, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Yay, Davey gets to go with his mom. Aw, his mom seems so sweet. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Come on, Christian, MrBeast. Carrot's hot. Christian shaking, Mr. Beast, 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 Don't butt out Christian, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Christian played his idol and he stayed. Yay, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Nick planted a fake idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, I like Davey, dude. I like Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Good job, Davey. I'm rooting for Davey. And Christian. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I hope Christian wins. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Christian or Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Go on, Davey. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yes, Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Go on, Davey. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Angelina is such a snake. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. And Angelina's crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, this idiot tells Mike, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mike, I want to surprise myself. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Davey's funny, man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I hope Christian wins this immunity. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Thing is, it could be anybody's game. It could be Christian's, Nick's. It could be Angelina's even. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It could be Davies. Davey, Christian, Nick, probably the favorites. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't think Carrie or the Dr. Chick have a shot. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, either Davey or Christian. I want to win. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't think Mike has a shot. He's just kind of been there the whole time. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, Kara's out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Angelina out. Go out, Angelina. Yes, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Christian, come on, stay on there. Nick, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Oh, Christian, come on, stay, brother. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, he's out. Dang it, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, I hope Allison or Mike win this one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I don't know. Nick might win on sheer. Mr. Beast. Oh yes, he lost. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mike, good job, Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Mike's gonna try and get Christian. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. See, Mike's smart. Mike knows that Christian's the biggest threat. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. And he's pushing for Christian to get voted out, but everyone's saying vote out Allison. But I don't see Allison as a bigger threat than Christian or Nick. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh my gosh, everyone's getting voted on. If these guys were smart, they'd vote Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. This is a great season of Survivor. I'm just putting that out there. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Christian's like, I'm working on people to try to find who's ready to work with me, but every single person here has written my name now to vote me out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I hope Christian wins. These guys are dumb. They should vote him out right now. If they were smart, they'd vote him out right now. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, Davey's gonna play his idol, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I hope Christian doesn't get voted out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It'd be either Christian or Allison. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love Davey. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, I hope it's not Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Christian's voted out. No. Oh, that sucks. Oh my gosh, that sucks. Damn. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mike was smart. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I hope Davey wins, man. I think it might be down to Davey and Nick. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mike's finally like really playing now. 63-piece survivor puzzle. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
All right, I want Davey to win. He's my new selection, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Nick wins individual immunity. Wow, that's huge, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Nick and Davey are the two favorites right now. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Nick might have a slight edge. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Angelina is so annoying. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mike. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I like Mike. He's funny. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Gosh, she's so beyond annoying. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow.
Mr. Beast, 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 such a 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 beast. I hope Allison gets voted out, not Davey. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. 3 votes, Davey. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Probably gonna be Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, Davey. Poor Davey. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Okay, well now I want Nick to win because Davey lost. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Davey's great, man. I hope he comes back for further seasons. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Wow, Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast. Davey's great, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All right, Dick. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't know. Mike might win it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Because I don't think the girls are going to vote for him. They'd vote for Nick before they vote for Mike. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast. 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 Mr. Beast is a beast. 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 Mr. Beast is a beast. 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 Mr. Beast is a beast. 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 Mr. Beast is a beast. 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 Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ah! Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mike is like, in real life you might get straight A's, but in Survivor you get a B plus. Someone's gonna get voted out now. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Angelina's really annoying. I'm sorry, she is so annoying. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Allison got voted out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
You're in the final challenge. We'll see. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yes, Angelina's gone. Yes. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They gotta vote Angelina out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Although she's less likable than Mike. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Mike dropped the ball. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Kara dropped the ball. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Nick won. Mr. Beast. Okay, I want Nick to win now. Nick, you gotta win, bro. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I don't think Angelina can win because I don't think she'll get the votes.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Kara's hot. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I would take. I don't think Nick's gonna lose regardless. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Kara got the fire started pretty quick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I would make Angelina earn it if I were Sam. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I would make Angelina build a fire. Make her earn it, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, he's taking. I hope if Angelina wins this, that would be a disaster, Survivor disaster, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But I think the jury's a lot smarter than this, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yeah, I mean, Mike would get a lot more votes than Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Angelina's pitch to the jury is gonna be like, well, I sacrificed my immunity for Rice, so I deserve to win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. If Mike wins, that'd be sweet. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, it's going, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Go on, Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Go on, Mike. MrBeast. Go on, Mike. MrBeast. Mike got it. Wow, nice, MrBeast. Kara can deliver at the end, MrBeast. Wow, Kara didn't work hard enough for that. MrBeast. She choked at the end. Choke artist. See, Kara did well, but she didn't really play to win. She just kept kind of going along. She didn't have that fire. She didn't have that fire inside her. MrBeast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Man, I was really rooting for Christian to make it that way, but he kind of fizzled out right at the end. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. That is a good story. I mean, he grew up in a trailer. I mean, it's going to be hard to combat with that. Damn, that sandwich looks really good. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Beast, 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 beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, she said the rice. I knew it. I knew she would say that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She is putting on a charade. Angelina's terrible. She's just so horrible. She's terrible. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, they're playing the woman card. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I wonder if she's gonna get the woman vote. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah, Kara looks great. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, 420. Oh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. 100 feet. No, you didn't. Angelina said she climbed 100 feet. She did not climb 100 feet. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Nick's like, I'm good at puzzles. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I really hope Nick wins. I really hope he wins. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's the most deserving of the three. But Angelina might get the women vote. I don't know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Nick. Come on, buddy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, the David. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's the final tribal council. If I didn't say that already, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Nick, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I really hope Nick wins, but it's up to the jury. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Some of these jury members are idiots. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But Kristen's no idiot. He's freaking smart. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Yes. Come on, John. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. John's voting for Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. John's a funny guy. Oh no, what's his name? Trip. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The girl's gonna vote for the girl, guarantee. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Christian voted for Mike. Wow. What? It might be a vote against Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Huh, interesting. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Really? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I really hope Nick wins. He's the one guy that deserves it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Come on, Nick. I hope Nick. They didn't show anyone read Angelina, so I hope Angelina didn't win. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, Nick's got a vote. Okay, cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That'd be hilarious if Angelina doesn't get a single vote. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, 2 votes, Mike. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Another vote for Mike. 3 votes, Mike. Holy crap. Really? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, 2 votes, Nick. Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick. Come on. Mike's already a millionaire. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, Nick. 3 votes, Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Yes, Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yes, another vote, Nick. Come on, Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yes, Nick won. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Kentucky Nick. Yes, good job, Nick. Wow. From trailer to Survivor winner, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Good job, Nick. Nick definitely earned that one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, she got it right. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Nobody voted for Angelina. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Kara voted for Mike, which is interesting. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Way to go, Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, that was awesome. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Angelina didn't get a single vote. Yes. She's all awful. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She was so awful. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
It was about 8. She said it's 100 feet in the air, and it was about 8 feet. She's the worst, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 the jacket. Oh my gosh, she wanted the jacket. That was such a low blow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She just comes off as fake, Natalie. You know, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That sucks for Dan. He played an idol. He played an idol. He played an idol, and he's still got his torch snuffed because of the reverse immunity idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That was great. Carl, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Play that amazingly. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Natalie wasn't happy with how she was portrayed. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Man, I really wish Christian won though. But Nick is a better suit. I mean, Nick was excuse me. Nick was probably the more deserving winner. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. But Christian's immunity idol or immunity win challenge when he was talking for 5 hours. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He's like, when I talk, I feel no pain. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Christian goes to Jeff Rose is like, I had you captive for 6 hours and people will pay good money for that. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Excuse me. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Uh-oh. Natalie's not happy with how she was proceeding. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh boy, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, wow. They asked everyone if they completely get it wrong, and nobody raised their hand. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
She has zero self-awareness. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
So amazing, Mr. Beast. That'd be so amazing to be on the show, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast. Oh, Joe's coming back. Mr. Beast. In the next season, Mr. Beast. Why did they bring back Aubrey? Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Extinction Island, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Edge of Extinction. Ooh, looks good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I don't know. I think they're calling me. I think they want me to apply for casting. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Should I apply? Leave that in the comments below. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I like Joe a lot. He's there's a game-changing twist there, you guys. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. You can go home or you can go to the edge of extinction. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love the intro, and he's like 38 or 39 days. 18 people, 1 survivor. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I like Kelly Wentland the Pritz. She's good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Why did they bring back Aubrey? She sucks, Mr. Beast. I'm sorry, Aubrey. I'm sorry. I'm sure she's a nice gal. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's always just kind of there. She's never like making moves. She's just is there. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Watch me eat my words and she wins this season. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love just Jeff Probst's enthusiasm, man. It's infectious. It's so cool. Mr. Beast, 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 So far, I'm not quite sure about this season. Like right out of the gate, the last group really stood out. They were like a really cool group. This group, I'm like, no one really stands out. I don't really care about anyone on this blue team. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, no one really stands out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wentworth and David, two kind of bland characters in my humble opinion. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. David's like a nice kind of comeback Cinderella story, but I'm not a huge fan. I'm not the biggest fan. He seems like a nice guy though. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's not really entertaining to watch. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast. Her name's Reem. She might need to get reamed out of there, out of the game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. the outcome of
Oh, she's not playing. Cool. Reem looks like she's gonna get reamed. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh my gosh, she's saying age discrimination, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Reem just needs to get Reem, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this cast of characters, at least on this tribe, are not anywhere near as good as last season. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They might even be worse than the season before that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, which you guys know that season before that was not a good season. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Other than the finale was good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The last season was fire. It was an awesome season. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I do like Joe on the other side though, so maybe the other side's tribe has better people, better cast members. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Whoa, four votes, four different people. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Ream, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh wow. If you want a chance to get it back in the game, take the torch, get on the boat. What is he gonna do? Better take the torch. Yeah, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah, she's taking the torch, going on the boat. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He's taking out on some random boat. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's like you take her to some random island, they don't say a word. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Like I'd feel at least comforted because there's camera guys there and sound guys there. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I feel bad for the camera guys because they sign up to do this, but like they have to stick around on this island with these people filming these idiots.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's Exile Island, Mr. Beast, 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 or Extinction Island, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
She's like, no offense, but screw my tribe. She's awful. Oh, that girl's awful. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Oh shit. Shoot. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I hope this season gets better because so far it's not very good. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I like the Edge of Extinction aspect though. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's crying. She's like, I'm stranded, man. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Yeah, I don't really care about any of these people. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I really don't care about any. I still don't care about any of these people. I might just skip these guys. I don't care about any of them. Yeah, this season And Aubrey's there. I don't give a crap about her. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't give a crap about this beanie girl, this other girl, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's a cool parrot, man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna skip through Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Skip to the challenge. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. If you don't care about the characters, you can at least skip to the challenge, and those are at least entertaining. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
You can tell how interested I am based on how much attention I pay in the season. Last season, I felt like I paid a lot of attention to it, Mr. Beast, because it was just a killer season, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This one, though, has got Joe. Joe's a lot of fun to watch with in challenges, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Good. The Blue Tribes lost immunity again. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Someone can give it off. Let's just go straight to tribal cancel because I don't care about any of these people. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I like the shipwreck tribal council thing. Like the sets are always cool. Challenges are always great. Jeff Probst is always on point. Cast isn't always great. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They're more good. Like just the last 2 out of 3 have been terrible. Like this one's terrible. Last one was epic. The one before that was great, but everything else before that I think was really good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think there was one season like 23 or I think that wasn't very good either. So like, I mean, if they're like solid on 7 out of 10 seasons, I mean that's really pretty good. And I mean, it's still more entertaining than most reality TV. So Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Keith, a lot. Oh, Keith got voted out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Who cares? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All right, next episode. I'm glad I skipped through that. I'll be looking forward to when Aubrey gets voted off. She sucks. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sorry, I'm sure she's a nice woman, but Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, okay, blah blah blah. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, the same tribe is back in tribal council. Oh, this tribe sucks. This is a blue tribe. I just want to see who gets voted off. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. See, this is what happens. It's what happens when you don't care about any of the characters. You just want to see who gets voted off and just go, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, I don't care about any single one of these characters. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no, Chris got voted off. He was like the strong guy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. They've been losing every challenge and then they vote the strong guy off. Interesting. Gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'm just breezing through these. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This is actually, I think this is actually worse than season 36. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, they're changing up tribes. Whoop-de-doo, whoop-de-doo. Anything interesting happening? Let's go to Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. David and Wentworth are going back to tribal. They just aren't good players. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Okay, let's see who gets voted off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Weatherman's getting voted off. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no, Rick. Got voted off. Who cares? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's the worst cocktail party ever. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Worst season ever. This is a terrible season. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. War dog, warthog, or war dog? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Hey, war dog, Mr. Beast. War dog. Hey, war dog, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This extinction seems to be kind of gimmicky. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Why do you wear a suit and tie? You idiot. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All right, let's see who gets voted off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, I don't care about any of these people. All right, let's just go to who gets voted off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Aubrey's getting voted. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You vote her ass out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Aubrey, yes. Thank God. She's not a good player. Again, she's not a good player. I stand by what I was saying. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Okay, these people go and gathering idols. Let's see. Another tribal council. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, David, I really don't care about. I want his ass voted out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Weak characters, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wendy finally gets voted out. She's gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Okay, exile people are returning for something. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Okay, hopefully it starts to get interesting now. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Okay, now they're merged. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 YMCA director, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, everyone that's voted off is coming back. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, that sucks. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Okay, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I'm rooting for Chris. Come on, Chris. Get back into the game. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Where he's going, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's always like, Aubrey's always just like this, like Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Chris, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, beat Aubrey, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no, she dropped it, Mr. Beast. 430, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Chris, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Chris dropped it, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Where's Aubrey at? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Weatherman, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Weatherman got it, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What happened to Aubrey? She gave up or what? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Good for the weatherman, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Aubrey's crying. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh gosh, give me a break. She's like, I got played. Yeah, you did, Mr. Beast. The audience got played with having your back, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Sorry, Brie. I'm sure you're a nice gal. I don't mean to be a hater, but Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, they return. Oh my gosh, these people won't go away. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The thing is, most of these, at least the people in this season, you're happy when they're gone. The other people, you're sad when you're listening. All right, I don't care about any of these people. Let's go to the end. I hope Joe wins. This is like a goat season, and not greatest of all time, like just a season of goats. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, they voted Joe out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Joe looking like Johnny Depp from Pirates of the Caribbean. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Joe will come back. Joe will be back. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, everyone voted for Joe. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, David got that out too. Good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm so glad I didn't sit through this garbage, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. I'm just frustrated that that's not more exciting. I don't have to explain myself. It's not a good season. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Okay, I don't care. Let's just see who gets voted out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Eric, who cares? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 All right, let's see if this is MrBeast. I'm 8 episodes in. MrBeast. And okay, rather these people, Mr. I don't even want to watch the recap. That's how bad it is. MrBeast. All right, let's see what happens in the challenge. Mr. Beast, 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 All right, David's holding the ball challenge. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Dude's always so dirty and grubby. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The other guy looks like he's showered and good to go. Gavin, you see, he won. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Tribal Council is going crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 All right, let's see who gets voted for. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, David played an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wentworth, let's get her out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Julia. Oh no. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Julia. Her name's gonna be Julia Gulia. That's funny. Why is that funny? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Name that movie in the comments below. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mad props if you heard that at this random part of the video. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. All right, David in his dirty shirt. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was crazy travel. Blah blah blah. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, tribals happening. Oh, two tribals. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, David's getting voted out. Yay. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yay, David's voted out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Are they still doing the Exile Island thing or what? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I guess they are. They're still doing it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. All right, come on. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This is honestly a garbage season, Mr. I'm sorry, Survivor. I don't like saying that. I just have high expectations for you guys because most of your seasons are really good. Vast majority of your seasons are the best entertainment in television history. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Other than the Twilight Zone, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's hit and miss too, though. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But more hits, though. You guys are way more hits. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Yay, Wentworth's getting voted out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 War Dog. Hey, War Dog. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Is she gonna go to Exile Island? Oh, whoa. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Is that even still an option anymore? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, it is, I guess. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. What's she gonna do? She's gonna go home. No, just kidding. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You gotta go to Exile. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's like they're really playing with that, but I don't know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He's like me like a dog, a war dog. This is a not a good season. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast. Seems like War Dog's gonna win. War Dog. Hey, my name's War Dog. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. When are they gonna bring back the exile people? Like Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Weatherman. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Weatherman. It looks like it'll be either Weatherman or War Dog to win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, War Dog. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You got voted out. What a loser. What a loser. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Hey, War Dog. Hey, War Dog. Hey, War Dog, come here, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't care about any of the family stuff. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Let's go to the tribal council. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Homeboy might get it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow, Weatherman's going nuts. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh, weatherman going off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Hey Devin, this is Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, Ron's gone. I love the weatherman theatrics, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, I guess he's not a weatherman, he's a news anchor. He's basically a weatherman, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, homeboy, give a stare. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Is anyone gonna go home? Just like no one's like, just I'm just gonna go home, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Everyone's like, I mean, I need another chance on Exile Island. Extinction Island, edge of Extinction Island. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. And Evans Evans wins immunity. Everyone's mad. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
All right, Devins. I like this Devins guy. It's one character out of this whole thing that I like, other than Joe. Like Joe's a legend, obviously. But I'm talking about the people that are still in it right now. Devins. That and maybe Lauren, I might be rooting for her. MrBeast. Damn, Lauren. Okay, Lauren's beautiful.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Hey, Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Beast, Ah, it was all a show, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Aurora's gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow, there's a lot of people on whatever it's called, MrBeast. Non-exile island. MrBeast. Oh wow, it's the finale finally. MrBeast. Oh, it's a 2-hour finale. MrBeast. Oh damn, Lauren is up. MrBeast. Devins, I hope Devins wins. MrBeast. He kind of looks like the angry video game nerd. MrBeast. I'm rooting for him. Oh, the extinction people are coming back. Come on, Joe. Get Joe back in there. Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. MrBeast. 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 Come on, Joe. Oh no, Joe. MrBeast. Oh, Chris got it. MrBeast. Chris is back in the game. MrBeast. 27 nights at extinction. He gets a shot at coming back. MrBeast. Hubbard's crying again. Just go home, MrBeast. She's still crying. Give me a break. MrBeast. Oh, Jeff Probe says that Joe's Achilles heel is his hair. MrBeast. I like Devin's AVGN, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Devins has one. Mr. Beast. Yay, Devins has one. Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Damn, they keep going for Devins, man. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I really hope he wins. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yeah, get Victoria out. She's been saying 2 words. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, she just wasted an idol. Ha ha! Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All right, let's just skip to the immunity challenge. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's so fun just watching the highlights, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The weatherman himself, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I know he's a morning news anchor, but I call him the weatherman, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, because he brings the rain. Devins winning the immunity idol. Ooh. Or not the idol, but the immunity. Yeah, the idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Devins to come from behind victory. Individual immunity is Devins. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Guaranteed spot in the final four. Way to go. He earned it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Only way he can get voted out now is if he's forced to make fire and doesn't make fire. So it's all in his hands. It's his game to lose. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, hello, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Get Gavin out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I hope he doesn't play it for Devin. I think they're gonna take Julie to the end. Mr. Beast. She sounds like the Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. See, even in a bad season, like the finale is always good. You know, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I guess two people have fake idols. One person has immunity. Two people have real idols, MrBeast. So everyone thinks that they're safe in a certain way. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This is gonna be fun. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Julie played a fake idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Lauren's playing fake idol, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Two fake idols, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He is playing it for Gavin. He should not do this. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Chris, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Chris and Gavin, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Lauren's gone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, she's so cute. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Beast, Come on, Devins. Mr. Beast. Let's just go to Mr. Beast, 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 Senator Devins, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It looks like Julie might get it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Chris is gonna do it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Chris got it. Chris got an individual immunity. What's gonna happen? Are they gonna vote out? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow! So it's them against Devins. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast. All right, fire making challenge. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, whoa, wait, what's happening? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What? Holy crap. He's gonna play Devins for fire. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, that's guts. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. He's gonna go off against Devins in a fire making contest. We shall see. He's a favorite. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins. Oh man, I hope he knows how to make fire. It seems like Chris knows what he's doing. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But you never know. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Devin should not have. He should have voted out Gavin when he had the chance. Mr. Beast. Oops. Mr. Beast. If Devins loses on a fire making contest, that's on him, man. Mr. Beast. They should have let Chris get voted out. Mr. Beast. Chris is smart, Mr. Beast. Chris is gonna do it, dude. Devins looks nervous. It looks like Chris is gonna get it. Mr. Beast. Yeah, Chris has got it. Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins. Come on, Mr. Beast. Keep it going, Mr. Keep it going, Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins. Mr. Beast. That's a gutsy move, Chris. Mr. Beast. Don't count Devins out yet, Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins. Come on, Mr. Yeah, it's Chris has got this. Mr. Beast. Come on, Devin. Yeah, it doesn't look good, Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Come on, Devin, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Go. Come on, Devins. Mr. Beast. Come on, Devins. Mr. Beast. Keep it going. Come on, Devins. I'm really rooting for you, buddy. Mr. Beast. Doesn't look like it, Mr. Beast. Yeah, Chris has got this, Mr. Beast. It's hitting the rope already, Mr. Beast. Man, Devins is out, Mr. Beast. That's gutting, dude. Mr. Beast. Devins played so hard. He played such a hard game. Mr. Beast. I hope Chris wins then, Mr. Beast. That sucks, man. He should have voted out Gavin when he had the chance. Mr. Beast. That's devastating, man. That sucks. Devin, Mr. Beast. Devins, man. Mr. Beast. That what a game he played, man. Even though I didn't run, I just scrubbed through this season because it was terrible. This finale though is pretty good. I just want to see who wins. Mr. Beast. I gotta go work out because I'm trying to get swole this year. Mr. Beast, Gavin might win though, Mr. Beast. I spent 28 days on the edge of extinction, Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast. Wow, a lot of people are undecided. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dang, that means that Brandon would have, or that Devins would have won. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Let's just see who wins. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's not worth my time to watch that. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I like how Jeff Probst is still enthusiastic no matter what, even though he knows that it wasn't a great season. Maybe he had a good time. I don't know. As a fan, as a big fan of the show, not a great season. This finale is pretty fun though. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Looks like Gavin might take away Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, wonder what Gavin would not Chris, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't think Julie's gonna get anything. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 3 votes Gavin, 3 votes Chris. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Chris, that was a gutsy move though, because he knew that if he didn't get Devon's out, like if he put his fate in someone else's hands to beat Devon's in fire, it's a toss up. But he knew that he could beat him in fire, and he did. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 5 votes Chris, 4 votes Gavin. I think Chris is gonna win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Chris won. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. He gets off extinction. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast comes back. It's even better in a way. He didn't have to survive tribal at all. He just comes back, wins one challenge, and wins it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Where'd it go? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Gavin probably earned. I don't know. I didn't really watch it. I didn't really care. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh, Bitcoin's going back down. Mr. Beast. Whoa, Mr. Beast. Oh wow, Doge is down 30%. Mr. Beast. All right, let's see what they're gonna do next season, because that was a bad season, man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. You can tell he's stoked about this next season, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Hopefully this next season's better. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Boston Rob's coming back. Yes. Oh, freaking Sandra. I can't stand Sandra. I love Boston Rob though. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I hope Sandra gets voted off first. That'd be hilarious. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. What? They won't be competing? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, what? They're gonna live together on an island? So you can't vote them off? Damn, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Maybe that's better. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh shit. That's funny. Survivor Bootcamp. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Survivor School. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Islands of the Idols, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love Boston Rob, and that guy's awesome. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sandra, I cannot stand. She's funny though. I wouldn't be able to stand being around her though. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. But who knows? Maybe she's a great person. I feel bad even just having an opinion. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. We're catching up to real time here. This one was aired end of 2019. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's pretty cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Boston Rob and Sanders are there to be mentors. They're probably getting paid pretty well. They're probably getting paid more than $1 million each. I know Probst make $8 million a year to host Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
They're probably you said they can't win the $1 million. They're probably earning $1 million to appear. MrBeast. MrBeast. 440,000 subscribers. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. All right, we're at season 39. MrBeast. Island of the Idols. MrBeast. There's always a lawyer on Survivor. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, they got an Olympic swimmer on their team. That's pretty cool. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Can't even talk, like my jaws all like mess up. Okay, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I'm only a little tired, MrBeast. I'm really stoked about season 40, but I'll stick it through season 39. MrBeast. These characters seem to be pretty interesting, more interesting than last season, which is not saying a whole lot, but seems like it's pretty good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh no. Ew, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, this guy's trying to give all these people back rubs. Like, this is kind of strange. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, I think I know. I think I heard about what happened in this season. Oh no! Oh boy! Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Dan is very touchy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Being it, ooh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, we got a pro poker player in there. That's always interesting. I always love that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, new Nicolas Cage show is out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is race, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast is race. Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast. First immunity challenge, we'll see. Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is race, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is race, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is race, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Jeff Probst, one of the biggest blowouts ever in Survivor. Not even close. I love when he says stuff like that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I was saying Island of the Idols does exist, and one of you is about to experience it. Little do they know they've got Boston Rob and what's her name, the lady I don't like, there to mentor them. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 The statues are so cool. Boston Rob and Sandra, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Those are so cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Boston Rob's so cool. Such a cool guy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, that is awesome. She like lucked out getting on Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow, she wins fire. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. You get she's Boston Rob is basically offering her she can beat him in fire for an idol, or if she loses her vote. Thing is, it's so early in the game, she should just go for it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I mean, she probably won't win, but just the guts of having to try and just the experience of having to try will be very beneficial to her. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, she's accepting it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Rob's gonna do it so fast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, she's getting it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, it went out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Rob did it in like 5 seconds. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. No, she lost her vote. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Rob's like, you should have never battled me in this. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You can't automatically jump at something. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 It's not found. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, what? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, okay. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. What? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. She's Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, she's telling a big lie about it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Oh, she has a lie because she has no vote. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 Mr. 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 This one gal is like just giving up already. She's already talking about being voted out. Like, she's already talking like she's voted out. This poker guy's done it all. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Looks like Ronnie the poker player is going home. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. One guy's mad. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Name this movie that the red stapler is from. Winner gets a sugar packet. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, homegirl won't stop complaining. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Homegirl found an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
They're asking him a lot of questions. What are they telling him? They're asking her a bunch of questions. Have you made coconut popcorn? She's just sitting there shutting up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's terrified. She's an MBA student, so who's used to taking tests. She has no clue what she's into. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Yeah, she hasn't been listening, MrBeast. She sucks, MrBeast. She's Harvard, and it just shows like you can go to Harvard and Wharton or whatever. But if you don't know how to talk to people or relate to people, you got nothing, MrBeast. Yay, she's gonna play MrBeast. Oh my gosh. I hope she does well. She's probably Marines, right? Mr. Air Force, the Army, Oh, she got it right. She has two, MrBeast. And their age is 21 and 23. It's her dogs, Pomeranians. MrBeast. Yes, MrBeast. She got an idol, MrBeast. She got it, MrBeast. Oh, she's crying, MrBeast. They all cry like Wow, she's crying. Oh, they both say that no earn game, MrBeast. I'm gonna strip, MrBeast. Hello, MrBeast. This gal is a mental case. Her idol's in her hair. This gal's wacky, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Who like spices? Like, yeah, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, that was such a reaction about spices. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Must be bland that all that rice. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Beast. 450,000. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh wow, he just dumped his whole bag out. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 entrepreneur, MrBeast, 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 oh, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is to be, to be, to be, to be, to be, to be, to be. Mr. Beast is to be, 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 to be. Mr. Beast is to be, to be, to be, to be, to be, Mr. Beast to be. Mr. Beast to be, 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 to be. Mr. Beast to be, to be. Mr. Beast to be, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh wow, they got Molly's out. Molly's game. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's great seeing Boston Rob's reactions to Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Time for some millennial gentleman content. Oh boy. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What the hell? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh gosh, oh no. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'm watching some millennial gentleman content, my friend's YouTube channel. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Unemployed, Mr. Beast, 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 should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sorry, did I do that out loud? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Okay, back to Survivor. Wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Mr. Beast. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no. Oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ghost. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, nobody cared. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Jeez. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah! Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
No. Boston Rob asked him where he's from. He starts crying. Man, everyone starts crying immediately. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's gonna have to go into the other person's camp. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Oh wow. Seeks into the other camp to get fire, and he comes back and he gets an idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, and he gets cat. He loses his vote. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That'd be fun, dude. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, great. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I love this boot camp style. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, it's gonna be amazing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Yeah, he's sneaking onto the other people's camp. This is great. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What the hell? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Someone's screaming. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast.
Just woke up from a bad dream. Jeez. She's like, whoa, whoa. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think someone's gonna catch him. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There's still a fire. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. She's gonna wake him up, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's gonna Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Someone's gonna see him. I hope they do. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he fell. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, he won. He got it.
Elizabeth's the Olympic swimmer, I think. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She better be good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Janet's really good too. She's the lifeguard captain. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 There's no way she could reach. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's like saddling him. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Curse says useless. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I like this Elizabeth, the Olympic medalist. She's cute. Yeah, this gal charisma is not good. Vince is funny. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Oh my gosh. MrBeast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tribal Council is always so cool. So cool how they build those sets. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love Bob and Rob, Boston Rob's little hut thing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I don't know. Tom might be the one to go. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Is she okay? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yes, charisma's annoying AF. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. We're going for Tom, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Let's get Vince out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Vince is gone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, after all that, and he got an idol. Wow. Leaving the idol in his pocket. Bad move, brah. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh wow. You're showing the highlight of Eric giving away his immunity like an idiot. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Boston Rob's so funny. Take care of her and I'll take care of you. If you can. If you can. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Boston Rob. She cannot effectively communicate anything to anyone. She's living in Nora's world. They're like, you got this. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I love Boston Rob. He's so great. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast. Oh no, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh my gosh, Nora's useless. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Dang. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, Elizabeth's doing really well. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They got it, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come back, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, they didn't have it. The other guys did. Mr. Beast, they thought they had it, but they didn't. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Should be such a beast, 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 should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Charisma speaks about itself in the third person. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Tremaine would never do that. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. His resume up to this point is garbage. Is garbage. Is garbage. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. Yes, your base, such a base, such a base, such a base. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Sandra's like, this one never knows anything. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Charisma's a weak player. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I love Boston Rob, man. He's so funny. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, Chelsea getting blindsided. Ah, she had an idol in her pocket too. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Ah. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was another pickup.
Pickup.